River Realms, they call it. What a fine poetic name for something as rotten and twisted as our land has become. It was not always so. Long ago, the old empire, the noblest and most enduring society created by humankind, spanned almost the entire continent of Zerine, the cradle of man. But after several millennia of progress and incomparable achievements, inevitably, the empire began to fall into stagnation and decadence. Desperately holding on to their privileges and resisting change while trying to avert the collapse of the realm, the emperor and his theocracy took to measures that were worthy of true despots in cruelty. Subjugating weaker realms, enslaving whole nations, strip mining foreign resources, oppressing imperial citizens, war on several fronts, genocide. Eventually, the gods could no longer tolerate such horrors wrought in their name. Foretold by an abundance of divine omens, they descended upon the empire to right its wrongs. Thus, in a chain of dreadful events that became known as the Calamity, they annihilated the empire in a matter of days. The gods then finally saw what they had done in their anger and confusion. It is said that so much grief and shame filled them that they were broken, and they left this reality, never to return. The continent and its inhabitants seemed dead, but at length survivors began to crawl out of their hiding holes and faced a land that no longer welcomed them. Arcane anomalies, the fallout of the Calamity, now riddled the continent, and people realized that they had to share their new home with changed and twisted creatures. Terrible beings entered through the cracks in the tapestry of reality, arose to rule over the natives. In time, these new powers rebuilt the fallen empire in their own image, and the River Realms, now godless and vengeful, reincarnated from the ashes. The inhabitants of the land, such as I, now eke out a living under the crushing rule of the new empire. The continent itself constantly resists our every attempt at building a cozy home for ourselves. As travel is dangerous, many ventures specialize in transferring cargo and passengers over bleak and deadly leagues of land. Others try to take everything of value from said travelers, or attempt to find buried treasures among the ruins of the old empire. The leaders of the endeavors are, some say, the bravest men and women of the River Realms. Such a leader is called a Vagrus.
Greetings, Spider Pig. Greetings. Got some milk? How about some milk? Hello, Silver Call. How's it going? Ooh. There we go. Oh, that book. Need to get a better setup for my webcam. I'm hungry. Food's on the way, though. What'd you order? What'd you order? I had some tacos. But I have tacos like every single day. Cuban country. So true. Alright. Hold on. There we go. Yep. Like on the way from the kitchen where it's being cooked. Nice. You ordered it from the kitchen. We're doing Nadira's quest line. She's still cursed. Go to the Temple of Bal Urkal in Larnak. That's on the way where we're going anyway, so that's good. And I think I'm all done here. Don't want to take these guys. We're probably going to Torzag, but it's so far, and it's like barely gives you any money. Defend near Larnak. I think that's a bad idea. We're going out on a quest. And I think it's better that we don't obliterate all of our guys on the way. A loud older man in one of the inns you visit boasts that he has come up with an amazing new strategy for Dux Bellum, a popular card game. He gloats that nobody can beat him, and judging from the locals' embarrassed reactions, this must be quite the recurring theme with the fellow. When you and several others take him on, it turns out that his unbeatable strategy entails trying to ally with basically all the other players and betraying them at the right moment. This, however, becomes very transparent very soon, and he manages to have everyone team up on him, so you defeat him with ease. He laughs it off before shaking your hand and leaving, muttering to himself about how it seemed like the ultimate strategy. You collect your winnings and leave. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I think we just exit. I was wondering, like, should we go do the Trial of Flame right away? I think maybe? That way we can just turn around, go to Utvarar, and just buy some more supplies. I suppose. The reason for it is difficult to pinpoint. Perhaps it was an intricately shaped rock you saw, or was it the odd but catchy tune of your combs whistled this morning? One of your combs whistled this morning. The delicious food you ate at your last stop, or maybe it was that hour of lying awake, thinking about the future before going to sleep last night. Whatever it was, you feel more inspired to work and travel than before. Nice. We're inspired, so let's go to bed. I only have 4 scouts. Wait, have I been in, like, massive altercations? And I'm, like, low on the dudes? No, I have 40 fighters. Oh, we're a little bit low on horses and scouts. Trial of Fire. Not here? I feel like the last couple of times I've been scouting, it hasn't even done anything. Like, it hasn't even shown me the thing. There. The exiled shamans you were looking for are gathered on a plateau overlooking the surrounding volcanic terrain. You ascend to talk to them while the Comitatus awaits nearby. To the east, west, and north, fiery rivers of glowing lava meander southward under ashen skies. The shamans are not bothered by the oppressive heat or choking fumes, but welcome you instead. In their gaze is the knowledge of why you have come. The only thing is for you to confirm that you are ready to walk the path to face the Trial of Flame. Ask what the trial entails. You are to walk the path alone, the eldest of the shamans, a wiry old man bearing fiery tattoos, says. The path will take you through the trial. A true Otvarar is compassionate, persistent, and courageous. Should you fail, you may try again later, but Fire Spirit may scar you if you are unworthy. It is clear that they will not aid you further. Begin the trial of flame. The path turns out to be a trail snaking among the volcanic hills and ravines. All along it guiding you are piles of flat rocks, as well as flames and other symbols of the Utvarar painted on stones. The distant rumblings of the molten tongue is the only noise beside you this. The distant rumbling of the molten tongue is the only noise beside you, the sound of your footfalls. Oh, that's actually an incorrect sentence. A very weird sentence. It's gonna be something more like, the distant rumbling of the molten tongue is the only noise besides the sound of your footfalls. After a while, you come upon a large, flat-topped stone, painted with symbols next to the path. On it is a pile of small tokens and miscellaneous items, trinkets, dream catchers, small totems, lucky charms, and more. You stop briefly to consider what to do. Leave a tribal trinket on the stone. Leaving the stone behind, you start ascending a hill. Every step an effort. Your chest heaves. Your breath is shaky, and you sweat profusely. But something is amiss here. True, the area is almost unbearably hot, and there is a lot of smoke in the air, but the last 20 paces of the ascent have become nigh unbearable with no good reason. But you press on, intent on reaching the hilltop, becoming less and less sure that you can make it. Tough. Strong-minded. Well, I'm glad we took strong-minded, because I have nothing in tough. But I'm gonna use a point there. You push yourself to the limit, and at length reach the hilltop. Cooler air touches your face, and all of a sudden the terrible oppressing heat is gone. You press on. You pass the hill and descend into a basin crisscrossed by volcanic ravines. The path is still clear before you. After a while, you turn a corner to come upon a large open space beyond, which is a set of stairs. After a while, you turn a corner to come upon a large open space beyond, which a set of stairs begins to ascend again. Your attention is immediately drawn to a crevice in the middle where a human-sized tongue of flame dances and swirls. There is something uncanny about it. What do you want to do? Watch the flame. You keep watching the flame, but nothing happens apart from your eyes becoming sore from the intense light. Reach into the flame? That sounds like a terrible idea. It's gonna burn me. Leave the flame and press on. At length, you reach the top of the stairs and see that you're on top of the highest hill near and far. A circle of standing stones was erected here, completed with Utvarar paintings of flames as well as real ones dancing in iron braziers. The view of the molten tongue to the north is astonishing. An old man steps out from behind one of the monoliths, impossibly thin, bearded and covered head to toe in black soot. Welcome, stranger. You walked the path and faced the trial of flame, he rasps. Then he locks gazes with you. There is a long, tense moment that deflates when the old man breaks eye contact and hangs his head as if in shame. You did not pass the trial, stranger, he says almost solemnly. Perhaps you made a mistake, or you lack one of the qualities one needs to pass. Another shaman, A young man covered in soot steps out from behind the terrain, and the old man adds, "My apprentice will lead you back to your people. Perhaps you can find the fire in yourself to submit to the trials again in the future." Okay, bro. I'm gonna leave a tribal trinket. I'm gonna reach into the flame. You clench your teeth and reach out with your hand. It feels like madness, but you have a hunch, and it turns out to be right. The flame dances around your hand, its heat only a little more intense than the air itself in this region. Briefly, there is a sensation of enthusiasm and vigor emanating from the fire, and then it goes out in the blink of an eye. Your hand is unburned. Nothing else remains here, so you decide to leave the place. There is a long, tense moment that deflates when the old man breaks eye contact and nods. The trial of flame was completed, and you passed, stranger. That was a terrible, terrible trial. Fire has found its way into your soul. We Utvarar are bound by the great spirits to it, and now you share that bond. Go now. My apprentice will take you back to my brethren. A young man covered in soot steps out from behind the terrain, and bowing his head he begins to lead you using a different path. Back at the plateau of the shamans, you are welcomed as a friend of the Utvarar. Your effigy is imbued with a fiery enchantment, and now you can return to the tribe's village to receive their blessing. Okie doke. Why can I walk such a short distance here? Is it because of the twilight? Yeah, I think it's the twilight. During a short break, Elani walks up to you and tells you that she wants to talk privately. She looks serious enough to indulge her. So you indulge her. You walk away from the crew and she crosses her arms before she begins to speak. "So, hey, I kinda wanted to talk about our arrangement," she begins, looking distracted. This is the same one again. She's just, I'm cranky. I mean, I don't want to have her in my party because it's not gonna work out, so eventually she's just gonna leave, but I guess we'll see when that happens. Oh, we can take 5 scouts here. Once you present the effigy of burned feather and glowing obsidian, the shamans stand and sing a lengthy song of initiation. The flame from the large bonfire is passed around you, and although you sweat profusely, nothing harmful happens. You are now blessed by fire spirit Utvorek, the oldest shaman says, explaining that the phrase means fire ally, referring to non-Sadirar-born people that attain the blessing of their great spirit. But you can return to be blessed again. Go now, and may the fire burn true in your soul. You're now accepted by the Utvarar. You gain Blessing of Flame. I think that's it, right? I have all the blessings now. Doesn't say, it's not a quality. Oh no, we're still doing the Trial of the Winds. That one is a bit more annoying. Utvorar. Nah. Let's not buy anything here. This place kind of ass. We can drop by Vitrar for supplies. Oh, sandworm. Concentrated defense. And we need more horsies. Concentrated defense, yeah. Now they're pursuing. Mounted charge, plus 20 chase. Got him. I lost 5 horses? What the fuck? Like, it's... Maybe you should just like go like all in defense on the horses when you're fighting sandworms, because I feel like they don't do anything other than just go all in on your animals because they're hungry, right? Like that's the entire reason they attack them. But yeah, nothing is worth selling here. Now down to Larnac. Oh my god, the button is so hard to press. And in we go. There's nothing worth buying here. Or worth selling. And I don't have anything to buy here because I need my inventory space. We should buy some more horses. Just in case. We should hire some fucking fighters. So I don't want to have 40 fighters. Maybe 30. Yeah, that seems more reasonable. Have Nadir ask the priestess about the Nosferatu's sisters who took the relic she is seeking. Nadir steps forward and bows her head slightly. You realize that her bearing is much more restrained and humble than customary for her. The priestess raises her chin as if in proud defiance. So you have returned, she says to the sorceress. How long has it been? You left in quite a hurry. Please, Nadir replies quietly. Let us not dwell on the past. You know that I would not have come to you if it wasn't important. If anything we shared was ever important to you, you must help me now. I must, the priestess smiles. Well, if that is the case, sweetest Nadir, I beg you to tell of your plight. Though it is very uncharacteristic of her, Nadir looks almost ashamed. She slowly recounts your run-in with the Nosferatu's sisters, and only mentions the most important aspect of your quest, to recover the necklace. That she has to break a deadly curse, and that the witches are now preventing that. The priestess strokes her chin, thinking. The Vagrus has aided me before, she replies after a while, and thus I shall help you. Nadir stares at her in disbelief. The Vagrus, she snorts. Your memory regarding favor seems to be rather selective. The priestess disregards her completely. Instead, she addresses you directly. Let's see, she begins, tenting her fingers. From what sweet Nadir here has described, the sisters you have encountered within the ossuary belong to a splinter faction of the region's Nosferatis. A sect within a sect, if you will, which is quite common. They are rotten eggs, the lot of them, and they have delved deep into demonic worship, perhaps too deep, and that is why the Church of Bal Urkal has its eyes on them now. Now, according to my information, this faction has a hideout somewhere southwest of the Drusian Quarry, in natural caves beneath the plains of bone. The fools think it is hidden, but they are only half right. We have known for a while now where to find their coven. I can point you toward the general area. Also rumors say they have put their slender hands on something powerful recently, so I am most certain that you'll find what you seek there. Oh, and should you find them, you have my blessing to wipe out those blaspheming witches. You will be enforcing the will of Balur Kal. That's all. After being dismissed by the priestess, you and Nadir leave the sanctum. Once outside, the sorceress turns to you. Finally, we're back on track. I say we must not wait or hesitate, but locate the Nosferatu's hideout as quickly as we can. Right. Nope. I don't think we have the green pox. Wandering Sadirar tribes are known to visit imperial cities from time to time, especially Larnak due to its proximity to their ancestral desert lands. It is not different on this day either. A small nomadic tribe occupies part of the market square, dealing in wares they brought from the west. White-clad tribal warriors with grim faces guard their pack animals, while their young shamans present the goods to interested parties. Talk to them about their presence in the city. The shamans are quite open to conversation. What do you ask them? I think I've already talked to these guys. Dowsing rod. Wilderness survival tools. A bunch of tribal trinkets. Sadirar bone. Tribal trinket. I'm not sure what I need. Dried fruit is nice. But it's not that valuable. You know what? Let's buy that. We can go and give it to the hive immediately. It was only 30, you need 35. And top it up in town, thankfully. Here, some delicacies. Bring the sweet here. Right, so now we're in Larnak. And the plan is Mirage, Crystal, Lumen. This one is a little annoying that it's over there. But I suppose we could, like... We go do this, then we do this. Twin Towers, back up again, Torzag. And then on the way back to Larnak, we do that. Because I really want to go to Mirage and Crystal first. You come upon a scene in one of the streets just off the busiest markets, where shops and stalls line the sides. An obese merchant peddling spices is arguing loudly with a strange creature looking like a humanoid insect, accompanied by a pair of Urg. While the trader behaves in an aggressive and obnoxious manner, the strange insectoid just stands there, head cocked to one side, but its pack beasts are becoming more and more agitated, chittering and wriggling their antennae nervously. You are sure that city guards will soon arrive too. Step in and help the insectoid, step in and help the merchant. I don't want to do any of these things. This is not my character. It's a little bit unfortunate, but like, why would I help the merchant? But yes. Let's go to Mirage. Sandworms. Defend the beasts. Let's see if that helps at all this time. Concentrated defense. Mounted charge. Alright, well, thankfully we didn't lose any horses there. So maybe that is the play there. I have to dump these. All right. Doesn't matter where we go there. Buy some fruits for my guys, but not for the slaves. Chitin. Yeah, just sell it off here. Whatever. Well, not all of it. I think metal isn't worth getting rid of here. We want to sell the metal in crystal. And the only thing worth buying here is dried fruit. And that's fine. Copper. 21. Is that a good price? No. Actually worse. Actually worse than just selling it here. How's Darius? I mean, it'll give us some rep. Maybe it's worth it. 15 rep, sure. It's not that big of a deal. Then we go crystal. Click. We got rid of some guys. And now metal. Iron is worth selling here. 2 stacks, sure. Oh, hold see. Bronze, sure. Worth it just to get rid of it. Chitin, not really. But it's fine. Let's just get rid of it. Herbs. Not good, but... Almost finished my Terra Invicta campaign. Damn, those things are long. I was thinking of maybe trying Victoria 3 next, but we'll see. I'm not sure. But I think I want to play Victoria 3 and Hearts of Iron 4. Just to... because I want to see their mechanics. It's not really because I want to play the games, it's for research. Alright, dried herbs. We're in Mirage, 15. It's not gonna get much better. Just sell some dried herbs here. That's about it. I'm being inefficient, just having fun at this point as I choke the aliens out. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I assume it kind of falls into the same kind of, you know, Stellaris kind of deal, where it just ends up you running around just trying to stomp out like new ships left and right. Because that's what happens in Stellaris. So we're in Crystal. The only thing worth selling here... We're not at the right stage of the worm encounter. We need to get them to 400 resources first. But yeah, we want to buy Flavo crystals. Actually, maybe we don't want to buy. Maybe... No. We want to buy. Not worth buying any more than that. And it can cost like 50k to 100k water for my 100 ship fleet to transfer planet to planet. Oh, yeah. That's all. Yeah, that's very expensive. Might take a while to get that back. Now we go to Lumen. More Jakra Horde. Save the beasts. Concentrated defense. Oh no, they kidnapped some workers. Mounted charge. Yes. Now here's the weird thing. Like, I feel like they don't kill the workers, they just like kidnap them, but they die anyway. We're gonna lose some workers here, I think. Yeah, we just lost 2 workers. Even, I don't know. Very, very harsh. But I think we're gonna go and try dealing with the wind situation in the game, because we've been avoiding it for too long. Because I've been trying to see if you can avoid it, but I think you can't. So we're gonna do that. We're already on a quest for the Wind Tribe to investigate it, and then we'll see what happens. Click, click. What is this called? It's called Traverse. Traverse boost button, borderline unclickable. Borderline broken. The boost button to convert march to move is borderline unclickable. I have to click it like 5 times every time for it to do anything. Cheers. I just hope, like, I have a tremendous respect for developers who actually fix stuff like that, but the complete opposite for when they don't. It's one of those things I don't really find acceptable. Dried fruit. 2217. Herbs? No, herbs are worth nothing here. But we'll go back to Torzag. I imagine. Spy some more workers because they got kidnapped. Mirage, Sunrock. Let's see. Can we win today? Success. Success. Success! Victory is yours! The gambler stares in disbelief at the cards laid out in front of you, as well as the ones in his hand, but he cannot offer a counter. He sighs, then shakes your hand. Very well played, he admits. I'm a man of my word, despite what you may think. He leaves the table, then returns from his upstairs room and produces a crystalline bottle filled with a light blue beverage. Crystal flecks are gathered at the bottom. You take your prize and say your farewell to the gambler. The cerulean essence is now in your keeping. Oh man, booze, yummy. I haven't had whiskey in like a year. Jesus. Now you just have to deliver it to Grath. The establishment at the heart of Lumen is swarming with people from all corners of the Empire and beyond. Yeah. We don't want to talk about that. That's just the fucking tavern. But yeah, we got that thing now. I think we're just missing one. Yeah. We need 6 Sadirar bone necklaces. Then we're done with this part of Vorax's quest. Bring 10 beast lures and 10 slime grass. Oh, maybe I didn't have enough slime grass because I used them all for the other quest. Maybe. Wait, what was Kandik's job? Kandik wanted something. Golden Theory. 4 silver and 40 ivory. Oh, okay. For that, we're gonna have to go back to Mines of Plenty and just buy that. But we're not gonna do that now. Still upset. I want Shabani in my team. Alright. That's that. Can buy some Ceruleus. Because why not? Yeah, we don't have anything that goes to Fort Viridium right now. I won't have anything for Acaris Quarry either. And I feel like they usually don't buy anything here. Dried fruit for the same price. Herbs for lower price. Yeah, they don't want shit here. A slave from the tribune, Julius Claudius Faustinianus, approaches you and asks you to join his master. The office of the tribune is in a medium-sized tower on the side of the quarry. It is sparse and utilitarian. There are a few trophies on the wall, both of the military and hunting types. A Scortar head and a few barbarian shields show that the young man is not to be underestimated in personal combat. The tribune is currently giving audience to petitioners and colleagues, but immediately excuses himself and takes you for a walk and leads you to the top of the tower. He does not sit down, but conducts business on foot, and only after sending the sentries away. Beneath you, Akerus stretches to the horizon, like the gaping maw of a gigantic beast, abuzz with the yells of slaves and the commands of their masters. You tell the tribune the result of your investigation. A crystal mancer on site explores the quarry at Drusian. Ha! By Sergorard, that is an excellent idea. Now I have even more respect for those ingenious fellows at Okwo. Thank you, Vagrus. You will have your payment in silver, and once we find someone from the Septari to take this position, you will have your obsidian. Although that might be harder than it sounds. Crystal mancers are sought after and tend to stick to their little academic communities. We need a crystal mage who is down on his luck and is eager to work hard for money far from the large cities. He thinks only for a moment before turning to you dramatically. Vagrus, do you have anyone in mind? Do you know any crystal mancers who could be persuaded to come here? If you do, and you're able to get him here, you will get 2 bras. 2 bras. And double the obsidian we owe you. How much obsidian is that? Like 5? It literally costs like 40 to go and do the quest. And then you come back and he's like, here's 2 bras, bro. Actually, you do have a person in mind. Someone would be happy to get away from her current predicament. Great. Please do contact this person as soon as possible. We need to move forward with this issue. I expect your return in a month, the Tribune says as you walk back to his office. He goes to the wall and removes an ornamental spear from it. Please, Vagrus, do accept this weapon as a token of my appreciation. I look forward to meeting you and the crystal mancer in question. You take the engraved weapon and make a deep bow. Until our next meeting, Vagrus. Ooh. Travel to Crystal and recruit the Crystal. Oh, it's in Crystal. That's the guy? Okay. Well, in that case, I think we should just go back right away. And get him just immediately. Just get it done with. Because he was like within a month. And if we fuck around, that's gonna fail probably. Crystal isn't that far. No, they're distressed. Here, have some money. Oh, I went too far. Recruit the Crystal Mancer. You quietly approached the magistrate's halls. He is not likely to be up until late afternoon at any rate. The one you need to talk to is already in the laboratory, cleaning up the results of yesterday's disastrous experiments. You can see that the assistant to the magistrate is slightly ashamed that she has to do maid's work. The magistrate does not allow anyone else to do it, and he is not very collected. Anyhow, how can I help the friend of his reverence? Her smile is forced and her eyes are sunken. She must have cried recently. Actually, the question is whether you can help her. She is shocked to hear that there might be a place in the Empire beside the Septarius Alliance that needs crystalmancers. You check her papers, her degree, and the permits to practice crystal magic. Everything seems to be in order. The idea of moving to the Vagrus quarry does not need much selling. Her eyes light up when you list the purportedly negative features of the job. She would work alone, together mostly with quiet men and without any other crystalmancers. She does not cry, but takes an already written letter out of her bodice and puts it on the table. I will wait for you near the gates when you leave Crystal. I will wear white clothes and a blue headscarf. My luggage will arrive to your comitatus in an hour. As for the magistrate, worry not. He will have a new assistant in a matter of days. I doubt he even recalls my name. Or his, for that matter. She turns around and leaves furtively to pack. That is alarmingly fast preparations for a life-changing journey. You are happy that you got to the young lady before she absconded to the Crystal Forest. True to her word, she joins the comitatus a bit later. Licinia Quintilia. Okay, she has a name. Apparently. No, the price goes up too much per thing we buy there now. Corsag's Shelter, you guys can come. Click, 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 click. Help. Anjari Comitatus. No. Those guys are friends. The crystalmancer you brought to town is shaking with excitement to meet her new employer. You take her to the tribune, Julius Claudius Faustinianus. The tribune receives you in his office, but had the time and thought to set up a small meal for the lady, dried fruits, sweets, and watered wine. It is amazing to watch the tribune working his charm on the young crystalmancer. He is kind, flattering, but honest and entirely sympathetic with the plight of the young lady. He tells her to rest for a few days before starting on the new job, although he practically has to restrain her. She is very enthusiastic and slightly smitten by the handsome tribune. Julius Claudius gives you your prize for fetching the mage and asks you to return in a month for the obsidian you earned. I look forward to meeting you again. The words feel very sincere, even just watching the tribune being his charismatic self makes you want to work with him. This is a dangerous man. Or Bros! Holy shit! You pocket the glowing crystal. The young lady stops you near the door of the tribune's tower. She says her thanks and presses an exquisite piece of crystal set in a base in your hand, explaining how it is a valuable conduit for mages. She thanks you again and takes her leave. Large energy crystal. I think we already had one of those, didn't we? 17 insight. What do we do with that? There's no way you can have 7, right? Like, Putting a point into this would just be a waste. I should save and try to test it. Yeah, it's still just 6. Yeah. And that's a permanent buff. So, you know. No point in doing that. Do we just level up our guys? The ones who can be leveled up. Nadir can be leveled up. So Flame Toss needs Savvy 3, Perceptive 3. That gives her channeling, that allows her to equip others. So it'll allow us to equip the thing that lets you travel through crystal areas. Dark Pact. Outer Realms lore. Spell Pen. Sorceress. Power. Tenacious. Brilliant. Accuracy. Magic Sense 3. Yeah, that would be good. Accuracy is good. Go figure. Conflagration needs Savvy. No, we don't wanna. She has 2 proficiency, but do I wanna put that in anything? I kind of think not. I think we'll just save those. Ren Kylon can level up. So, I've leveled up Knife Throw. But what does, like, what do I want to level up on him? Darkness Within, Vitality. Scout, Vitality. This one, Tough. It gives +4 accuracy. It gives 2 block, which is useless. Because I only have him on evade anyway, but +4 accuracy is really strong. I think he should have that no matter what. But then the question here is like, do I want him to have Mark Target, or do I just keep leveling up Furtive Stab? Because I don't even know what Mark Target does. +10 accuracy, +3 crit. Okay, now you can read it. And if you level it up, it lasts for 2 rounds instead of 1 round. Well, Furtive Stab just does more damage. It's not even good, it's max damage. Furtive Stab actually ignores armor. And I am using him as a melee character, so... maybe we take Furtive Stab. And that's it, I can't level anyone else up. And everyone else needs to progress their story anyway. But yeah, it's about time that we level them up a bit. Let's buy some obsidian. Man, I should have bought obsidian when I was here last, shouldn't I? No, the obsidian is for... Pectum Carvum. Not for there. That's marble and timber. Alright. That's it. That's all we've got here. Now it's just back to Torzag. And then the quest begins. What are they worth? 3-6. Yep, just get rid of that. Obsidian, not worth selling here. Herbs, not worth selling here. Holy shit, why are, like, the economy is just fucked? Nobody wants anything. What about... Karnak. Herbs are worth even less there. What about the Twin Towers? Herbs aren't worth selling there either. I think I'm just gonna get rid of it. It's a loss, but it's getting in the way. Dried fruit we can sell here. Wait, so is Dragon still not contraband? Or did I hit... Maybe I sorted here. Either way, now we want that. Let's see, Torzag. The Twin Towers is the only place here that has a better price on the crystals. Do we go the opposite way around, as I had planned? Maybe. A buyer for Dragonstones. Get Garrick looking for one. You find Garrick in a remote corner of the mansion, drinking alone. You suggest to him that it might be time to look for buyers for the rare Dragonstones you stole from the company of the Ebony Serpent. The dwarf takes a sip from his mug, then he wipes off the foam from his beard. The dwarf puts down his mug. "Ah, you're right," he says, then belches. "Will do me best, but it'll take a while. Have to draw on my contacts first. See which way the wind blows." Let Garrick sniff around Torzag's shelter. This will take most of the day. "Right then." What? 12 renown. Or Loader's Guild 4. Yeah, we don't have that. "Right then. I'll be on me way," Garrick says. "But let me remind you one more time. I can still tap me resources of old, but given that my business here went down shit creek, it won't be too easy. Patience is the word here. If I find a promising prospect, I'll be back to ya, and we'll do the rest together." You're fine with that. As the shelter's braziers are lit for the night, you meet with Garrick back at the mansion. It turns out that no buyer was found during the day's search. You tell yourself that these Dragonstones are quite rare and delicate wares, so it is no wonder that people do not line up for them in masses. Yet you have your doubts. Still, the word is out on the streets and will hopefully reach the right person sooner or later. Luckily, some smugglers heard about your endeavor. Those folks get around a lot, and you can always count on them to pass around the word quietly about anything interesting happening towards Ike's shelter. Your next attempt may be more successful. Right? Visit the gardens, take a walk, appreciate the plants, try to find some slime grass. Visit herbalist's hut. Now let's see. $100. Visit the Kalrish market. Buy golden jewelry. Rare jewelry. Yeah, sure. Alright, I think that's that. Nomadic wanderers from the forlorn waste gather on a square in the Undercity, huddled together around small fires in the shelter of caverns or tents, put up next to the decrepit building walls. Here in the twilight of Torzag's shelter, far away from home, they whisper of the north and what lies beyond the waste. Ask them of the news in the north. You join one of the families and talk news. They are quite forthcoming and tell you all they know about the quarrels of Ashman tribes and the movements of the great Ash Kuru herds. You are also told about the rage of Kalaruk that struck the endless grey wastes, and so now many families and tribes flee their ashen desert. The old woman approaches you. Hundreds of small bones and shells are tied to her ragged travel clothes, dangling on leather strips, making a soft noise as she walks. Despite her age, her eyes have a curious glint, and she appears tough as nails.
For some coins, I can tell you news of the north worthy of the attention of a Vagrus,
She confides. Leave the old hag some changers. She pockets the money and sits down, cross-legged in front of you. She tells you of their journey from the great city of Tot, mightiest of the Empire's ports in the north, and speaks of merchant trends, local politics, criminal activities, and the renewing war against the Green Continent. She goes on to talk about their long crossing of the Forlorn Waste, the meeting of other tribes and visiting Dustwind Outpost, before turning south towards the shelter, before fleeing from the constant ash storms that started to plague the wastes. There's a lot here that you can relay to locals and others during your travels. Alright. Let's take a nap. And see, here's one. This is where the abolitionists are. So do we now go Kernak, Twin Towers? I think like doing this one is going to be too much. If I try to like go there, then back, and then here. So we have to go over here, Howling City, then up here, and then we can determine if I have to just bail to Torzag before we can go do this. But yeah, I think Kernak is good. Because traveling the road is just fast. especially if you pay your guys double. The winds out here in the wasteland are getting more and more erratic. Not even the most seasoned travelers are used to such anomalies. You and your combs are certain that you can hear voices in the wind, becoming ever louder and more disturbing, yet still not amounting to more than loathsome whispers. The whole experience is quite unnerving. Yep. Let's go to Kernak. Free supplies. They only had 100 supplies? Holy. Ceruleus' ass here. Herbs. I sold all the herbs. What about obsidian? Actually, pretty good price. Twin towers will be better, I think. All right. What if we force everybody to not eat? How about that? Crystals are good here. Flavo. Well, it was good for 2, but now it's fucked. I think we'll sell one more stack there. Just to get rid of it. And obsidian. 6. Yeah, sell all of the obsidian. More supplies. Pay for some news. Ask if you can be of help. Their crew is quite able. The captain looks at you in silence for a few long moments. And now that you mention it, we could use an independent agent. Someone mobile, someone with a capable crew that could do some preliminary recon for us while we are securing the region. You know, she really means someone expendable. I would give you supplies and special equipment. Then you'd have to find the source of the monsters, which must be somewhere in the Singing Winds, and make an attempt to reach Catamon. Don't worry, we do not want anyone to enter. Just use a sorcerer and the equipment I provide to scry on the ruins, so that we can learn more about the voice on the wind. We're also gathering information on the dreams induced by the winds, by the use of magical crystals that could record mental images. Lastly, we could use reports on the nature of the voice, should you learn anything useful. But these last 2 things are in the good-to-have category, Vagrus. The important thing are the source of the beasts, and the magical scrying on Catamon. Is that the Howling City? She leans on the table, smiling. You would be richly compensated. Accept the task. Fantastic. Better get to it then. My assistant will make sure you get all the necessary equipment. You're about to leave with said assistant when the captain gets up and adds, one more thing. When you are done, don't come back here. Rather take all you have learned to Torzag's shelter. My superiors at the Temple District will take it over from there, and I know that this mission is not without its dangers. The Singing Winds is a dangerous place to begin with, and it has become much worse these days. Make sure you go in prepared. You nod and leave with the assistant. The ritual materials for scrying and the dream crystals are soon in your possession, while the supplies are loaded into your cargo hold. Time to plan what to do next. 500 supplies, ritual materials, dream crystals. Alright. Yeah, Caravan is the Howling City. Alright. Let's save before we go out and get fucked. Tectum Kelvar. Oh, wait. There's actually a Tectum there. Scouts who you have sent out report the presence of legionnaires upon their return, apparently camping out here in the Singing Winds. As you approach, you can see that they were right. Several dozens of Imperial soldiers rush around busily in a marching camp, consisting of a few military tents. You are not sure if they have noticed you, but assume so. A whole comitatus in the middle of the open desert is not exactly a sight easily missed. Approach the camp. The camp seems temporary. Clearly, the legionnaires have no intention of staying here for long. The accommodations consist of a few large military tents. You wonder why the Empire decided to send out its forces to such a forsaken place. You are greeted by some watchmen at the perimeter, with one of them exclaiming, "This is the camp of the 7th Cohorts of the 13th Imperial Legion. They ask you to leave your weapons behind with the assurance that they will be returned to you upon departure. You're led to a smaller, somewhat more ornate tent in the middle of the camp, and told to enter. Inside, a sinewy tall man stands over a map folded out on a table. "Greetings, Vagrus," he says. "I am Tribune Philo Inersis, commander of the Wind Watch. Thank you for meeting me. I have information that might be of interest to a traveler such as you." You ask him what brings Imperial soldiers so far out into the wilderness. "There has been an incident," Philo Inersis replies. "We aren't exactly sure what caused it, but there was a huge earthquake in the region just recently. Calculations and scrying seem to indicate that its epicenter was somewhere in the vicinity of the ruins of Caravan, the ancient elvish city, but we cannot be exactly sure. Yet given that those ruins were of an ill and cursed reputation even beforehand, it is feasible to assume something has happened there. Ever since that earthquake, the Singing Winds grew even worse and more hostile than they had ever been before. The gales grew fiercer, and there is also some indications that they caused nightmares, maybe even madness, in those exposed to them for too long. And if that was not enough, murderous, ferocious monstrosities started to roam the land. We don't know what they are yet, but they are quite formidable opponents. We have neither the intention nor the capacity to stop you, should you wish to venture deeper into the region. A fair warning is all we can give. You'd better turn back and shun these cursed lands. You consider this, and upon seeing it in Nurse's ads. I can answer your questions should you have any. Then if you're interested in more, perhaps you should head to the Twin Towers, our base of operation. Ask him what they are doing here. We are the Wind Watch, Philo in Nurse's replies. Here to patrol the outskirts of the Singing Winds by imperial decree. Nice name, huh? A committee came up with it. Our base of the operations are the Twin Towers, to the south and east of the plains. Anyway, we try to make sure nothing comes out and do our best to warn everyone not to venture there. Not that we have the capability to actually hinder those who wish to do so. Ask what you can expect if you ventured farther. The commander gives you a curious look as if trying to guess your intentions. Well, just as I said, except for being freakishly strong and making travel hard, the winds in there have a foul tendency to incite malicious nightmares and a fever of the brain. Also, there are those ravenous monsters, who knows what else might prey on travelers. It's almost as if the calamity has occurred again in this region, only maybe on a somewhat smaller scale. These are not lands to tread lightly in. Do they know what might have caused these changes? The commander's face grows worried. We don't know, he admits. As I said, there was an earthquake, not long ago. Rather unusual for this area. Some say it was preceded by a most unusual phenomenon. A kind of a... He's clearly searching for the most fitting expression. A kind of a shriek, like the howling of a storm, but thousandfold louder and more intense. It was strongest around these parts. There are reports about it being heard even in Torzag's shelter, although I don't give too much credit to those. Some say it must have come from the ruins of Caravan, but there is no proof of this either. Ask him about Caravan. Caravan was a mighty and magnificent city of the elves, Philo Inersis tells you, ruled by some queen, a great ally of the ascending empire back in the days of old. Legends say she had a special gift. Her voice was allegedly so beautiful that she could shape the world just by singing. Utter nonsense, of course. According to tradition, she sensed the coming of the calamity long before it occurred, but paid no heed to the omens, assuming the gods of humanity would spare the elves. The tribune rubs the back of his neck thoughtfully. She was wrong. Caravan fell just the same, and not much has been known about it ever since. The Singing Winds came to be all around it, and its ruins are rumored to be a dark, haunted place. I advise you not to seek them out. Thank him for the warning and take your leave. Is there just one way in here? Yeah. What foul grave is this, upturned and broken apart, its accursed contents spilt across the wasteland? Surely its gaping maw is found exactly where the forgotten vault of Kelvar should be. But can they be one and the same? One would have to delve into the great crag and the skittering darkness below to find out. No, this isn't where we want to go. It's here somewhere. Like, scouting is trash. Are you serious? It's just nowhere here? Like, I can't tell if it works or not. Because sometimes it does that, and then it'll show like, oh yeah, there was actually a quest thing here, by the way. Yeah, I guess it's not guaranteed that you find even quest stuff. I don't know. I don't know. The scouting is just so bad. Time to halt the Comitatus and take a look around. The Comitatus has reached the region the four Kotrar shamans wished to investigate. Because the thing is, like, the scouting, it doesn't save any time. 99% of the time, it doesn't save time. Because it's so expensive in terms of movement to actually do it, that even if you, like, go max range, you have to start spending March in order to, like, actually cover any area. And usually it's as easy to just walk around a bit and you'll find it in the same amount of time it takes you to not find it when scouting. And I don't know, because you don't find it when you're scouting anyway. I'm gonna get mad every time I click the scout button. It just is what it is. A short search leads you to a deep crevasse where it would be ideal to set up camp. This is as good a place as any, Arin, the leader of the shamans, tells you. We will camp here and prepare for a ritual of communion with the local spirits. It has to be done very carefully, so the preparations will take a few days. You can stay here with us, or walk your own path, Vagrus, then return for us, let's say a week's time. By then the ritual should be concluded, and should be wiser regarding the winds here. Even now we can sense how corrupted and insane they have become. We stay for a week? Settle down. Sure, we'll stay. You tell Arin that you would rather stay and order the comitatus to strike camp inside the crevasse. It is an ideal place, shielded from the wind and dust in most directions. It has only 3 natural entrances. You place guards at these key positions and place the campfires so that they are evenly spaced out. The shamans get to their preparations, which to your eyes looks like a lot of singing, chanting, casting spells, as well as making small charms and fetishes. The day drags on as there is little to do or see in this bleak wasteland, and although you are indeed shielded from the worst of the wind, the voices that travel on it are difficult to ignore. At length the first night approaches. You can't actually hunt here. Morning comes and the wind outside the crevasse picks up even more, whistling and howling so loudly that it is difficult to hear normal speech. Still the day drags on, and Arin assures you that by tomorrow morning his cadre of shamans will be ready to perform the spirit ritual. Your crew spends most of their time huddling near fires inside the perimeter, trying to position themselves where the wind does not engulf them, despite it seeming impossible. You become fairly exhausted trying to make rounds, assuring people that you are not staying too much longer, and keeping the general morale up. It is late in the afternoon when one of the sentries runs up to you with a worried expression. "Something moving out there, Vagrus," he blurts out. "Several somethings, more like. Nobody could get a good look at them, but I swear their eyes are glowing. They stay behind cover quite efficiently. Although twisted mutants and strange beasts are not unheard in the wasteland, this particular encounter somehow makes even your skin crawl. You tell the guards to be vigilant and report anything suspicious. By the time dusk is setting, everyone is on edge, having heard several reports of the dreadful sightings. Arin comes up to you looking quite fearful. "You are right to be wary of those things, Vagrus," he says, looking towards the edge of the camp. "Something evil is coming. We can feel it, even in this place of howling mad spirits. Order the crew to prepare for the worst." It happens just before dark, right when your sentry's sight is the worst. Feral guttural howling can be heard from outside camp, to your dread from almost every direction. Then the glowing eyes appear, closing the distance by leaping and bounding across the broken terrain, keeping to cover as much as possible. But now you can see them, wiry, twisted-looking hairless humanoids with inhuman claws and dagger-like teeth. There must be dozens of them. The fight is upon you. Ghoul swarm. Oh, they're actually pretty dangerous. Concentrated defense. And they flee. They stole a slave. Mounted charge. I don't know how they managed to, like, steal slaves and shit. I don't know. They always get through. How many? 3, and they always take so much too! The repulsive inane creatures are defeated, their survivors in full retreat from the crevasse. Despite your imminent victory, you turn in horror to see Arend and his shamans making a stand near their tents against a particularly ferocious pack of the beasts, who seem to disregard the fall of their kin. It is almost as if they moved with a single-minded purpose to destroy the spirit callers. 2 of the shamans are already wounded, and the ghouls are moving in for the kill. You arrive just in time to save Arend and his fellow shamans, unless the ghoulish creatures get the better of you. Oh, I need to... I'm like debuffed because I need to have these guys in my party. I can only have 5? Why? Are they weak? You can poison them. Alright, fine. I'm at 0 resourcefulness? Why am I at 0 resourcefulness? I have 40 evade, Jesus Christ. Wind Buffet. Impediment damage. +1 act. Does that mean you can act again? Oh, it pushes them back like that. Oh! Hit both. Whiffed Gale. Dude, what does this do? +1 act. What is act? It's not a stat. What is +1 act? It's the number of times a combatant takes their turn in a round. Subsequent turns are taken after all first turns are taken by every combatant. Okay, so you... okay. Fair enough. Does he actually get another turn, though? I don't feel like they get another turn. He did appear there just now. I don't know, maybe. No, it doesn't look like they... I don't know. Oh, they also have extra turns? Yeah, they have 2 actions. Okay. That explains it. Okay, I see how it works. So this is the entire round, right? And here you have a 2. This means second action. I see, I see, I see, I see. One guy dead. You dispatch the last of the creatures, and Erin thanks you profoundly despite being badly hurt himself. Do not worry, Vagrus. We will be more than capable of performing the ritual tomorrow, unless these creatures return and murder us, he tells you with a faint smile, then leaves you to tend the wounded. With the horrid creatures dead, you order the crew to pile up and burn the corpses and bury any casualties. Night has settled by the time the work is done, and the anxious sentries return to watch the darkness that howls with madness in the constant wind. An uneasy night approaches. Yes. The new day arrives after a restless night, and to everyone's great relief, no sign of the ghoulish beasts was seen. Erin tells you that the ritual can be performed in an hour or so, and you begin the preparations for departure. The comitatus is almost ready to leave the crevasse by the time the 4 shamans begin their chanting atop a rocky hill, where the wind is especially cruel. Yet Erin and his comrades are not discouraged. On the contrary, they seem to relish the gales, raising their song's volume to match the whistling and howling that seems to come from the southwest. You could swear that a voice can be heard, a sad, heart-wrenching moaning, that from time to time escalates into a vicious, mad howl. Is it a woman's voice? It sounds familiar somehow. You can see that you are not the only one hearing this. The crew looks shaken as the anger and frustration of the noise overwhelms them. Most of them try to cover their ears, or simply sit down on the ground, overcome by despair. Eerie shapes can be glimpsed on the wind, like gaunt specters with sullen faces and torn clothes, but always on the edge of perception, always disappearing once gazed upon. At length the ritual is concluded, and the sad voice disappears from the wind, taking the specters and the fear with it. Erin and his fellow shamans descend from the hill, looking shaken and exhausted. "We are done, Vagrus," he tells you, sighing. "We did what we came here to do." You ask him if this exercise was a success, and if it gave them an idea of what is happening. Erin is quiet for a few moments, then nods reluctantly. "You could consider it a success. We now know that the wind spirits were indeed corrupted by specters from Caravan. Elven souls have a unique connection to elemental and nature spirits, so their ghasts keep that bond. But that alone would not have caused the current disaster. The spirits speak of a sovereign in a city whose rest was disturbed, and who was defiled, unleashing otherworldly anger. That is what caused the wind to go mad, and I do not think we can do anything about it. But let us not stay here any longer than necessary. Time to return to Kotrar." You could not agree more. Alright, you gain Blessing of the Winds. Now the question is, can we actually go in there yet? Because I have a quest to actually go in. But I think we'll probably just die. Yeah, she's complaining. She's just complaining. You know, as they do. Ghoul Swarm. Holy shit, they're massive! There's a massive amount of them. Hmm. Now we flank them. Ouch. We lost 13 riders. That's so bad. Let's push it. Let's give it a try. See what happens. But yeah, if there's another attack, I'm fucked. Like it. There's nothing to hunt here, apparently. We don't have enough guards, which is really bad. The winds grow stronger, blowing directly from the direction you are headed to. You press on for a while, but then come to the conclusion that it is no use wasting the strength of your crew. You decide to call for a short stop and let everyone get some rest until the gales calm down. As you sit and ponder your long-term goals, you suddenly hear a commotion from somewhere further down the marching line. You walk along the procession of beasts, workers, and guards to check it out. As you approach, you see a handful of your crew gathered a few steps from the line. Some of them are standing, others sitting or even kneeling, but all in a state of curious exaltation. They seem to be listening to the sound of the wind. What's going on here? You demand to know. One of your workers turns to you with a mesmerized face. Vagrus, she speaks in awe. This wind is speaking to us. It tells of the future. Now you can hear it. It is almost like there are whispering voices hidden in the droning of the wind, although you cannot understand what they say. Your crew apparently can. So what does it tell you? Your crew starts to reply almost at the same time, interrupting each other. It says that I'm going to be rich. My gal is giving me a son in Torzag's shelter while I'm away. I shall join the legions. I am bound to become a Vagrus myself. You have no idea what to make of it. The phenomenon is strange as it is, but apparently harmless. Slowly, the gales hindering your passage ebb down around the comitatus, and so do the strange whispers. The crew looks around as if awakening from a dream. Interesting, but maybe we should move on now. As the crew members shake off their strange revelry and the comitatus begins to prepare for departure, you spot two idle workers, one of them sitting and the other one standing nearby. When you tell them to get moving, the standing one regards you with pleading eyes. The wind told him something horrible. It told him that a friend will murder him. It takes a few minutes for the poor fellow to gather his wits and move along. You return to the front of the comitatus. The winds have mostly ceased for the time being, and the comitatus is ready to continue its journey. As you depart, you can't help but wonder what the meaning of this weird occurrence might have been, if there was any meaning to it at all. The plains known as the Singing Winds are a strange place indeed. But it was because I was so close. The screaming winds of the plains turn into a terrible deafening hurricane that wraps around the ruins of the ancient elven city like a cloak. Your approach is hindered by the constantly blowing gale and the projectile-like stone shards that it carries with murderous velocity. The crew is begging you over the cacophony of the windstorm to turn back, especially since the noise coming from the city has become decidedly otherworldly, similar to that of the painful moaning and screams of a woman. Some of your combs have already succumbed to the mind-scorching wails, yet you can see the white marble spires and glinting golden ornaments on them through the dusty haze. Perhaps you could make it to cover inside the ruins. Ask your sorcerer to scry on the wind. The preparation of the ritual circle takes some time. The wind makes everything much more difficult. It is also extremely hard for your sorcerer to concentrate all the mental faculties and sense the magical aura of this accursed place. What you learn is disconcerting, though not altogether surprising. It appears that the terrible winds indeed have a voice that belongs to someone or something. It is as if a woman was screaming, and that causes the mental attacks people who are engulfed in the gale's experience. The volume of the magical voice ebbs and flows with the wind, with astonishingly powerful peaks at times that may literally drive people mad. The same power is almost certainly responsible for the nightmares in the region. It appears that the source of all this is the ruined city itself. Look for the dome with a winged creature. Euless told you not to go any closer because that would be suicide. However, the domes are a mere dull glint in the dust haze surrounding the ruins. Do you have any way to spy on them from here? Elf sight. Arcane scrying. Beyond the constant howling dust storm, the yellow glints reveal themselves to be golden domes and spikes crowning marble spires. It takes a few moments to find the statue on top of one of them, because it is half hidden behind a crumbling tower, but once you catch a glimpse of it, you can make out what it looks like: a creature of legend, a hippogriff, wings opened wide, beaks screaming defiantly at the rolling skies. At its neck, huge gems, perhaps large pieces of colored glass, are embedded into the golden surface, twinkling in green and blue. The statue has seen better days, but still sits in splendor atop the dome. Nothing else seems to jump out at you about it, so after taking a good long look, you decide that you are done here. Use a looking glass to spy on the city. You raise the spyglass to your eyes and glimpse the crumbling walls of forsaken caravan, and beyond that the snow-white spires of marble, reaching towards the roiling skies. The beautiful slender towers are covered in golden patterns that imitate vines, floral clusters, and leaves. If legends are true, these are indeed fashioned of precious metal. Yet the thing that amazes you the most are the gigantic bridges in the sky, connecting spires and dome-shaped buildings. Around their alien form, you can clearly see luminous, transparent shapes, circling ancient crystal reliefs and silver ornaments. A shiver runs down your spine. And still it is very difficult to turn away, to leave the unfathomable riches and secrets of this place behind. It is almost as if Caravan was calling to you. Decide what to do. The screaming winds, blah 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 blah. Yeah, let's turn back. 3 crew required. Oh no. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do it. I know that we're just gonna die, but I want to do it anyway. Available daily. You manage to convince your crew that shelter from the terrible screams awaits among the ruins, along with untold treasures. It is the last mistake you will ever make. The Comitatus manages to cover another 100 yards or so, with people succumbing to the mental blasts left and right. Eventually you realize that you should not have ordered this suicidal push. Just about when you fall to your knees, ears bleeding, unable to blot out the otherworldly scream of the wind. Yep. 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 Order the Comitatus to turn back. -1 scout. Rip. Hunt down the abolitionists, bro. I think we've taken too many losses to do that. I'm not so convinced we can. But I guess we'll go by that path and see what happens. We are not entirely in any shape to march. Unfortunately. There's nothing you can find here. Completely dead territory. But I have 16 days of food. We can eat extra to keep everybody happy. There it is. It's here somewhere. This piece of shit system. Fucking hell. Sleep comes easy to you after this day. Unfortunately, you are not going to be well rested in the morning, as some of your combs wake you up in the middle of the night. They are obviously agitated as they tell you that some of your mounts are nowhere to be found. Nobody is sure when or how it happened, yet there are tracks leading away from your camp. They are, however, partial and not very clear, while visibility is limited at best. While visibility is limited at best, that's what it's supposed to say. If you wanted to look for the missing animals, you could send out a search party or put together one consisting of your most able companions in order to mitigate the potential risk involved with tracking down the missing mounts. Send outriders. -4 mount? Are you... what? You... this... The search mission went well, despite the darkness. The people you have sent out managed to locate your stolen mounts. They were taken by lowly thieves. Oh no, it was the mounts that were stolen. I thought I lost mounts because I sold out riders, or I sent out riders and succeeded. That's why I was confused. They were taken by lowly thieves, albeit it is impossible to say from a distance how many of them there are. Their camp is farther away among the ruins of what once must have been a walled outpost, but your scouts confidently assure you that it should be relatively easy to catch up to them. Yep, let's just surround them again. This is the same. We've already had this event. Your fighters spread out and circle around the camp. After receiving confirmation that the flanks are secure, you call out to the thieves in a commanding tone and demand your mounts back forthwith. After they listen to what you have to say and realize that they are indeed surrounded, slight panic sets in their little camp in the ruins. They put out the fires to reduce visibility, and you hear hushed murmurs and nervous fidgeting. They are obviously up to something, so you signal your combs to get ready. Suddenly, you hear your mounts grunting and running in different directions. That is when the thieves attempt to break out and flee. Thankfully, your men were anticipating this, and the runners are quickly subdued and your mounts recaptured. A few minutes later, when the ruckus is finally over, the criminals are lined up on their knees, all of them begging for their lives. Slay them. Elani is gonna leave any second. These bandits were messing with the wrong people, so they deserve punishment. You give the word to your men, who stab them to death. Since you're already here, you could go through their meager belongings to see if there's anything worth taking. Got 4 mounts back, some supplies. Okay. Let's keep searching. Outlaws. I'm gonna... If you insult them, they get more grit, which means they won't flee. Concentrated defense. I don't have enough horses anymore to do anything. Can't chase them down when they flee. Conscript some fighters? Sure. So it has got to be down here somewhere, or top right, or whatever, like... Are you serious? Like, where is this fucking thing? 28 nodes in the area. And why does it disappear? Like, how? Slaves were getting uppity. So it's gotta be like over here somewhere. This place is huge. Large orc warband. Bro, okay, I'm gonna have to give up on this and head back. I'm getting destroyed out here. This is the last fight we can even do here. God damn! Yep. Let's go back to Torzag. We'll probably find it here. Last place we go. Nope. Alright. Questing is extremely expensive. I think I've lost like 200 Ross just fucking around here. A buyer for Dragonstones. You find Garrick in a remote corner of the mansion, drinking alone. You suggest to him that it might be time to look for buyers for the rare Dragonstone she stole from the company of the Ebony Serpent. The dwarf takes a sip from his mug, then he wipes off the foam with his beard. Aye, you're right, he says, then belches. Will do me best, but it'll take a while. Have to draw in me contacts first, see which way the wind blows. We didn't find it. Oh, there was something with Church of Circlerod. Maybe I should have read that. Whatever. How much mining equipment do I have now? Three. I think maybe another one. I'm not sure. We have to rest first, but that's fine. Pay them double. I can have one outrider right now. Alright, if we're gonna do more, we have to do like a supply run. To Lumen or Arkin or both. Like that. Let's buy some pottery. All right. Let's go, Arkin. Do we have enough guards? Thank Jesus. These guys are not so happy. Turn in, turn in, turn in. Now, distribute to Lumen. Lumen. That's that. We can then buy marble, 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 marble. Let's say one more. That's how much. Let's delete this. Yes, and I wanted to sell a pottery, I believe. $15 pottery, 30 pottery. Yeah, so one of these are mine. Let's sell that. Buy the more supplies. This is also just to buy more mounts and fighters. So we can actually get back to where we were. And then we just go straight to Lumen. No, we're the path we are at is better. Because you can see that there's like a line, right? And this line goes right to Lumen. So it's better to just follow the line, I think, than trying to like zigzag in some weird way. Let's just do that, and I think we can reach... Maybe. We might have to march. Turn in, turn in, turn in, turn in, turn in. Yeah, I was gonna go and take this to Crystal. Crystals are not good anywhere right now. I would have to go to like Larnac or Mirage. I don't want to do that. So what we'll do... How many fighters do I want? I feel like having a bit too many is a good thing right now. Because they'll die. Most likely. Alright, and then we travel to... Let's try this. Where's magic? There's sorceress. Heat shielding crystal. -2 max movement. Damn, that sucks. Okay, so, but I should be able to go through here now. Crystal is right there. Scortar's spawning pit. What is that? Some random ivory. Then we just go through. Here's some marble, guys. Do I want 40 Outriders? Levo is worth buying. At least a few stacks. My guys are fatigued. We just wasted like 200 supplies here. Why is the workforce need so high? Like, yeah, we have like 40 soldiers, but I feel like the workforce need is still too high. Mounts. It's the mounts. Traders' backpacks. Worker cargo. Traveling saddles. No, I don't think I'm missing anything. Just is what it is. Woohoo, that was close. Didn't have the crystal on. Procure goods to Torzag's shelter. Right, that's all we can take. That's a huge amount of stuff. All right. Back to Torzag. Why are my workers so weird? Like, I felt like we were definitely high enough, and now we're not even remotely high enough. Oh, is this shit? Minus 20 consumption. What? Oh, it gives the giga minus consumption? What the hell? The dowsing rod. Now it's 39. The dowsing rod doesn't do shit. All right. And now it's down to 34 again. I don't really get it. And here it's 38. It's... I don't know. It fluctuates so much. I'm like... And at the same time, they're like at subservient the whole time. I don't know. And now it's at 38. Look for a buyer for the dragon stones. As the shelter braziers are lit for the night, you meet with Garrick back at the man show. It turns out that no buyer was found during this day's search. You tell yourself that these dragon stones are quite rare and delicate wares, so it is no wonder that people do not line up for them in masses. Yet you have your doubts. Still, the word is out on the streets and will hopefully reach the right person sooner or later. In fact, due to your efforts, some magic users of the shelter's underworld have learned what you intend to sell. They are lowly alchemists and hedge wizards, mostly, the kind that cannot afford such exquisite items, yet they will hopefully pass on the word, increasing your chances to find a buyer at a later time. You will have to try to find a buyer for the Dragonstones another time. Alright, let's go to the Civic District? No, Temple District. The authorities. Try to find out more about the wind situation. No? It was the temple, the Cathedral of Sergorod, I think. Maybe? Maybe not? I mean, I did the thing, right? Find the source of the mutant invasion. Somewhere on the Singing Winds. What? Record the dreams caused by the phenomenon using the dream crystals they gave you. Is there anything we can buy here that's actually really valuable down by the... any of these other... Pernak... Twin Towers? I don't really think so. Beer or mushrooms, but it's like... it's not really profitable. Spices are kind of profitable here. Copper is 2.5 per stack. Flavo crystals are actually kind of expensive in the Twin Towers. But I don't know if I can really buy that many here. Like, I only sold some here. I mean, maybe. Maybe 2 stacks or something. There's not much more than that. Is there a supply run for down there? Supply run, Karnak. Because we do a supply run to Karnak, then we can go there, maybe. It's closer to go from here, but... kind of regret taking that. Whatever. Where could I possibly have missed something here? I just don't see it. Like top left maybe, but even so, I feel like we were there. The Aryan unnatural wind that has been following your journey for a while strikes again. It comes out of nowhere and strengthens in force to a fierce windstorm in a matter of minutes. It is difficult enough to deal with the gale itself, but the voices soon become your main concern. The whispers quickly turn into a painful moaning, then into screaming, the screaming of a woman in pain. There is no question now about its thaumaturgical nature now. The voice causes you and all your combs to grab your temples in pain. A great confusion settles on you like a heavy blanket, twisting your thoughts and searing your mind. You cannot regain your senses for a long while. Eventually the wind dies down as fast as it arrived. It takes some time for the comitatus to recover and get moving again. Quality changed. We already know that. Bro, where is this place? Where is this? Who am I even looking for? The abolitionists, the bone grinders. Like, I have Scrying Orb, that's scouting base chance. Now I'm equipping a Falcon. I have I have a fucking scout, don't I? Yeah, we have a scout master. So why is this just impossible? I don't know what to do. It's just ass. So I've been here. I've probably scouted this like 3 times now, and it just didn't show up. I don't understand the point of the mechanic. It's just so stupid. Your scouts report a camp a mile or so to the east of your current position, hidden by gentle dunes. According to your comms, the place is surrounded by a bone fence and morbid effigies, so it must be the Bone Grinders tribe of liberated slaves. The Comitatus could still avoid alerting the camp, but Krifta seems ready to take them on. Are you? Yes. The Bone Grinders have not seen you yet, so there is time to plan ahead. Scout the area before fighting. Your scouts return from skulking around the camp and tell you that a handful of Sharduk warriors seem to be in control of the camp, using the liberated tribe as servants and fodder fighters. The camp is starving, except for the Sharduk, who lord over the unfortunate wretches and use them in the most despicable ways imaginable. They have Ifriani Vagrus, one of your scouts says ominously. Quite a lot, actually. Krifta figures that striking at the enemy would rob them of their mounted advantage, and so you signal for a silent approach and a decisive attack. The Bone Grinders have no idea that your force is close to their camp, and your assault catches them completely off guard. Large Sharduk men in charge of the slave fighters start roaring orders, and the enemy begins to realize their predicament. Although you ambush them, their fortifications still give them an edge, and you're in for a tough fight. The Sharduk chieftain screams at your approaching fighters, promising to grind them into bone dust. Then the two forces meet. Kill them! Alright, we have a lot of fighters. Let's flank. They flee. Let's intercept. Wait, intercept? That's not a charge. 30 flee. Skirmish. This one gives chase. Go. Now, counts as liberating them. Yep, no. Let's slave them. Following your victory over the Bone Grinders, your combs corral the survivors into their fenced camp and make them sit down on the ground. It is then that you see the telltale signs of cannibalism all over. Human bones were gnawed upon before they were used as pieces of the fence or as parts of the totems. It is clear that the camp was starving. Many of your combs frown and spit in disgust. The filth didn't have the decency to die fighting. Krifta comes up to you. Now they are our problem. You can see that she is torn about the ultimate fate of your captives, just like she was after you defeated Vyak's valor. It is up to you to influence her one way or the other. It's the same choice every single time. It's not really that interesting anymore, but... yeah. Kill everyone. The captives are executed even though it does not sit well with your crew. Krifta does not seem to mind, looking at it as a form of kindness. After a thorough search of the camp, you find quite a lot of bone, ivory and trinkets, as well as the hidden supplies of the Sharduk. You load it up and get ready to leave. Krifta draws you aside just as you're about to give the order to get going. Once you and the bounty hunter are at some distance from the Comitatus, she just stops and crosses her arms in front of her chest. So the 4 tribes are gone, for better or worse, she says, and bobs her head as if searching you for a reaction. You ask her if that finally liberates her from the task her imperial handler pushed onto her. The task is not finished, Krifta says and squawks solemnly. My handler told me that the one coordinating the 4 tribes must also die, and so this must be done. Krifta looks tortured. You have never seen her like this before. She paces back and forth, bobbing her avian head maniacally. Ask her what is wrong. Krifta stops and looks at you with those dark avian eyes, then grunts. It is not important, she says bitterly. What I think is not important. We have to hunt a man called Dramus. He is the puppeteer in this silly abolitionist faction, an important operative in the region. His death will bring great victory to the Imperials. Krifta looks in the distance. He was one of the good ones, but now he will be a dead one, yes. He had his chance to go away, to hide, but now he'll die. A job is a job. Yes, you're right, the bounty hunter concludes. My handler has sent me a message recently, telling me where we can find Ramus. He is hiding in some caves west of Loom, probably with some abolitionist scum. You tell her that you have a new heading. She nods but looks defeated. Just, let's get this over with. I just want it to be over. Ask how this handler has a hold over her. It doesn't matter, Krifta says irritably, clacking her beak with such a force that you believe it will break. She is good at what she does, the bitch. Can't say she isn't. She turns around and walks back to the comitatus. Right. How did I get like 6 more slaves and we're still... like the workforce is still fucked? It's because we're exhausted now, but like, come on. I don't know what's going on there. It's being weird. Cargo is a bit fucked, but most of this is just some garbage. $20 bone, we'll take that. 15 ivory, we'll take that. 3 bogweed, 1 mushroom, 1 marble, bone, mushroom, whatever. Destroy it. And then we had some things that needed to go to Torzag's shelter, right? No, not Torzag, Karnak way station. I believe. Karnak there. Oh my god. Why did you walk like that? Blank? Well, the undead don't give a shit about grit, I think. They never flee. Maybe a concentrated defense is better here. Kill some slaves? Man, if only you could be a cannibal. But no, you can only eat your horses. The issue is, right now, we're getting to the point where doing, like, trading isn't really, like, that good. Because I have such high expenses that it's a little, like... Yeah, like these Flavo crystals that I bought, because I was... maybe gonna bring down to 2 towers. That's like a waste. Nosferatu's hideout. I feel like I should be going into Tectum Kelvar. But sure, maybe we do go down to Twin Towers. Tectum Kelvar again. Because I only have 6 days left of supplies. We have to go back to Torzag. But mixed with third person, like being a caravan and doing routes and so on. Yeah. My rep is too low for that. Arkan. I only have a quest for Arkan here. Sure. Instead we get COD 7. Yeah, I don't know. I'm since I'm a developer, I look around like indie circles quite a bit. Like there's a bunch of subreddits on Reddit for indie dev and solo development and shit like that. And it's honestly mostly just depressing. Because nobody is making anything. Like there's only like random mobile games and shit. Nobody posts anything interesting ever. It's just like random mobile shit like Stardew, but 1,000 times worse, or like some fucking pinball game or whatever. It's just the amount of times you actually find like an indie game that's worth actually following, it's just so exceedingly rare. Like it barely ever happens. I feel like the same way when it comes to pixel art. Like pixel art is basically a dead medium now. Like when you're following the pixel art subreddits, it's like nobody does anything. It's yeah, it's kind of depressing. Let's see, what's that mission? Like, no, we have a mission for Arkan. Right? We take the road. But yeah, it's not just indies, it's triple A's too, right? But I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, the triple A's are fucking up, so now we're gonna rely on indies, and then the indies are literally like not doing anything at all. Freelance Comitatus. Oh, we could kill these guys, but no. Let's leave them. Smuggling, yep, we cannot fail the smuggle. So that's good. The Flavo crystals. I'm gonna delete them. Delete that. Delete that. And then mission for Arkan. This needs 6 slots. We do not have that. And there's only one. There's one for Lumen here. That's it. That's all we can take. Buyer for Dragonstones. Alright, we didn't find anything. Why is my workforce like so high though? I feel like it was down at like 21 before. That's why I'm so confused. Because it is the Outriders, but is it really like that high? This is 22, maybe. 24, 25. Like 32. $33, $34, $35, maybe. I guess. Hmm. Now it's 46. All right. Up to Torzag. No, not to this place here. I'm so confused. Like, it's so weird. It almost feels bugged. I don't think it is, but it feels weird. Distribute to Lumen. Lumen. Oh, we don't have to use any... Is it faster to go through here? Through the mountains? Loom. Yeah, we want to go to Crystal. Dark Knowledge. I'm gonna go do this, then we go Crystal. Port Viridium. No, there's nothing for that. Are these worth much in ash? Ceruleus crystals. Yes. So, Nosferatu's hideout. An orc warband! Hello, what are you guys doing here? Sure, well, we can take some slaves. I'm running out of money. I have lost almost 300 bros doing these things. This is not good. It's this thing. One demon dead. Some of these sound effects are so loud. Over here, boy. And drop by the quarry, see if there was anything here. Visit the morgue. No. Ashgolite charms. Have some supplies. Oh, this place is huge too. Oops. That's bad. Whatever. Oh, found it. Following the directions provided by the priestess of Bal Urkal back in Larnak, your scouts come upon a strange and eerie place. They report that in the middle of nowhere, macabre bone totems were placed on the barren soil, surrounded by piles of skulls. In the center of this morbid spectacle, a crater-like opening leads beneath the surface. You are about half a mile from it now. It must be where that coven of Nosferatis dwells, Nadir remarks. They certainly haven't tried to conceal their lair very much, although who would even come here without a very good reason? Gather your companions and descend into it. You approach the hole in the ground as carefully as you can. As you slowly creep up to it with your companions, something begins to compel you to stop dead in your tracks. All your other combs, except for Nadir, freeze too. Some sort of confusion overcomes you as your senses are being dulled. You shake your head, but the bewildering sensation will not cease. Is that the buzzing of flies you hear? From beyond the fog that shrouds your mind, you hear Nadir's voice. Calm your minds. You're the victims of a minor sorceress affliction. I know it's kind. Give me a minute and I shall dispel it. Feeling dizzy, you wait for Nadir to work her counterspell. The next thing you perceive is Nadir shouting a final triumphant word of command, and suddenly all the world around you comes rushing back. It is as if going from being dead drunk to being stone sober within a second. Not the most pleasant of sensations, but quite effective. Nadir rubs her palms together. There, she says. But you know what this means. The kindly sisters down there definitely know that we are coming. It seems like that cannot be helped, so you press on. Just when you're about to reach the edge to the crater, you hear growling voices and glimpse movement in the shadows down there. Twisted, deformed humanoid creatures lurch into sight. Ah, such refined servants these witches employ, Nadir says with vitriol, raising her staff. The mutated minions move in for the kill. The tainted are ass. They barely even do anything. Two dead. The aberrant creatures are disposed of, but you are sure that this was but the Nosferati's first line of defense. Preparing for the worst, you descend into the crater and enter a wide tunnel. After a few twists and turns, you emerge inside a natural cave. It might be easily one of the most horrendous places you have ever set foot in. A dull reddish light illuminates the cavern, emanating from nowhere specific, and casting more shadows than it chases away. Meticulously stacked bones are omnipresent along the walls, and large segments are covered by what appears to be carpets of sewn-together flayed skin. On the floor there is an intricate system of small canals, and you can tell by the sweetish metallic smell what sort of fluid they carried. As your eyes follow them, you find the source. At the far end of the hall, defiled corpses are chained to torture racks. The kindly sisters have been busy, Nadir says, with only a hint of disdain. I do not care for this place. I think I hear chanting from yonder. The sorceress is right. You can hear it too. You press on, passing a few side caves to eventually enter a corridor where the chanting grows stronger. After progressing along it for a minute or so, you reach a chamber on the right and carefully spy around the corner. Beyond is a huge cabin. The first thing you survey is an enormous statue fused from bones in the resemblance of some unspeakable horned demonic entity, under which is a strange altar covered in leather. Red-flamed braziers spitting forth sulphurous fumes stand around a coven of scantily clad women who kneel before the altar, hissing and moaning. Now there's a demon-summoning ritual if I have ever seen one, Nadir whispers. We must act quickly. Before you could stop her, she steps into the archway, preparing a spell to attack. Some of the Nosferati stop their chanting and jump to their feet. Cursing, you draw your weapons. Then you realize what has been hiding outside the brazier's circle of light. Grotesque golems of bone and half-mad mutants appear to protect their mistresses, and now they lunge into action. Spooky. One dead guy? Stop. Oh, that kicked him there. Oh, that's fine. As long as we can get to these guys. And I'm just trying to AoE every turn with her. AoEing costs resource. I have to use the resource to level up her skill. And it's not AoE until it's level 3. And it's only level 2 right now, so... I have to use resources to AoE every time. But that also means that if there's like a test coming up, then I won't be able to use any resources there because I just used all of it up in this fight. I just don't know if there's another fight coming up or something, or if this is it. But that went really well. We could fight another fight, if there is one. But I think it might not be. The sisters and their abominations succumb to your attacks. When the last of them falls, Nadir sets fire to their corpses with a snap of her fingers. They are so fond of flames, let them burn, the sorceress comments coldly. She seems confident as ever, ready to walk into the sanctum and attack the rest of them, but suddenly her haughty expression changes. Her face distorts and she bends over, clutching her chest. You leap to her side, but by the time you examine her, she has composed herself. "The necklace," she gasps. "It was the necklace. I can feel it. It's calling to me. So close, yet almost completely beyond my reach. I believe the Nosferatis are using it as a focus to commune with the demon, the same one that is responsible for my curse. We must stop them right now." She raises her gaze at you. If you have ever seen Nadir vulnerable and pitiful, it is now. "Listen, Vagrus," she pants. "If the sisters succeed, my soul is forfeit. I know that for sure. Nothing in this world compels you to come with me, and I will not lie. If you do, it might be your end. I'm not someone who begs, but I ask. I will. Help me. Don't let this be my end. Not like this. Please." Abandon. Yeah, we just give up on her right now. Like, goodbye. See ya. I've had it with you. Yeah, we're gonna accompany you. Renkailon lost loyalty? Why? What? You don't like her? The moment when Nadir allowed herself to appear timid is gone. She is her old confident self again. But perhaps for a split second there was a glint of gratitude in her eyes. Right, let us deal with those harlots and whatever they manage to conjure with those second-rate skills of theirs. Your party enters the large cavern. You can now make out the shrine at the far end of the inner sanctum. It writhes and moans. You realize with horror that what you thought was leather is in fact an altar stitched together from the somehow still living parts of mutilated people. Watering eyes blink at you, begging wordlessly for release. Desecrated lips howl in torment. Severed and randomly reattached limbs thrash around in pure agony. In front of this sacrilegious shrine, surrounded by a coven of her sisters, a witch stands, naked but for the blood that covers her skin. She is screaming in ecstasy as she holds up something. Nadir gasps for air. "The necklace! At last!" At the same moment, the air in front of the Nosferatis, which tears asunder, revealing a dark red portal hanging above the floor. A terrible clawed finger appears in the opening, then another one, probing and widening it with every second that passes by. Those fingers are so huge that they surely belong to something cyclopean. "This is the time," Nadir hisses and lunges forward. The remaining witches shriek but dare not forsake the ritual. As an answer to their call for help, fiery shapes slip through the cleft between the worlds and materialize into lesser demons. The fiends begin to move toward, hungering for your soul. All the while, the gargantuan hand keeps clawing away at the fissure, while the naked witch mother and her sisters chant on. You might have bitten off more than you can chew. The little demons are pathetic, so... Oh shit, what the fuck is that? That's the demon? It looks really silly. Mangling claws. Okay. But yeah, see, I was right. There was another fight. Nice evade, asshole. Not sure what that even does. He's just like a bald guy from The Office. Holy shit, bro. Relax. Minus 30 accuracy. He actually does take a little bit of fire damage. We're not doing so swell, though. Fuck you. The rest should be easy. Like that when he evades attacks, he actually moves a square. Yeah, it's a nice little touch. I don't mind that. The same is true for your own characters. If somebody evades, he's gonna have to like switch places with someone. Which can be both useful and annoying. It's usually fine though, but some characters like Harvick has, you know, a charge attack. And those characters, when they dodge, that's pretty good. Because then he can just immediately reposition. Because otherwise an evade is often a lost turn, which is obviously not great. One by one, the demonic defenders of the portal turn to ash. Through the rift in reality, the last of their fiery souls are sucked back howling into the abyss whence they came, conflagrating their misguided Nosferatu's worshippers, except for the Witch Mother. Her sisters are unable to move and burn up alive. When the last of those is but a pile of ash, the crack in the air begins to diminish. Yet still the Witch Mother chants on until the demonic paw that tried to make its way through reaches out and grabs her. The Sister Superior screams, perhaps realizing what she has unleashed upon herself, as she is dragged into the closing portal and disappears into the redness beyond. There is an audible metallic sound as if something fell to the ground, then the crack closes for good. The red lights disappear, and the sanctum falls silent. Only a heavy scent of sulfur lingers still. Nadir rushes to the altar of flesh without wasting any time. The sorceress drops to her knees and starts searching through the ashes frantically. After a few seconds, she screams in triumph. You have never seen her in such an exalted state. She holds up a thin silvery necklace to which a medallion engraved with curious runes is attached. It is entirely covered in blood. Finally, Nadir laughs almost hysterically, shaking the trinket at you. After all this time, I got it back. Then she composes herself and stands up. Those Nosferatis should not have dabbled in arcane arts they are unfit to comprehend. You ask her if she has any idea what the sisters were up to. From what I have seen here, the sorceress says, I surmise that the necklace is somehow tied to a powerful demon lord, the one the Nosferatis attempted to reach out to during the artifact. To reach out to using the artifact before our very eyes. I believe that they did it because they knew we were coming and panicked. I'm afraid that this connection to the demon lord works both ways, which explains the constant assaults we had to endure. And now that the necklace is in my possession again, the attacks might grow even worse. She must see your sour expression because she adds hastily. We must return to Incanus in Avernum post-haste. He is the only one I know of who can shed light on the trinket's exact nature, and finally break the curse, releasing us from its grip. That sounds like a plan. You ask Nadir to wait for a few more minutes until you search the site of carnage for any valuables, then go back the way you entered, the Nosferatis' lair. Soon you find yourselves above ground, where the Comitatus awaits you. Ivory, accursed amulet, arcane text, demon horn, odd bone carving, rare jewelry, ashkulite charms, valuable treasure, bloodstone, enchanted perfume, ring of leeching, torture devices, +3 insight. Okay. Bloodstone. +1 vitality, bleed, and poison res. The Greater Luck Talisman. Why is nobody using the Greater Luck Talisman? Ring of Leeching. +1 arcane leech. What does that do? I don't know, but she doesn't... I don't know. What does that do? Each damage-dealing attack steals 1 power from the target. Ooh. That would be good on Borax. He has -65 res. Alright, I know that's it. Do we drop by this Forsaken Quarry thing? The Forlorn Hive. This is just a dead end, bro. I was hoping we'd find something cool there, but no, it's just a dead end. The Forsaken Colony. Wait, is there an entrance? Huh? This way. Dead end? Huh? But do you have to go through the Forlorn Hive? What is this? Or is it there? There's no entrance to either place. There we go. The failure of industrious entrepreneurism made manifest. The forsaken colony is tucked away in a valley of mines among a cluster of barely traversable jagged hills. Ever since House Cavadius abandoned their ventures here, the bleak ruins have stood silently in this lonely wasteland. Take a look around the abandoned valley. Nested among the jagged hills of this barely traversable region is a long valley filled mostly with arid rocks, narrow side ravines, wind-swept dust, and dry foliage. It is hard to imagine that anyone attempted to settle here, let alone prospect valuable resources, but the abandoned crumbling huts at the southwestern end at least give some indication of past inhabitants. Search the buildings of the small abandoned settlement. Your crew takes its time to search the buildings thoroughly, but nothing of value or interest turns up. Evidently, many before you have rummaged through these sad ruins, and even if House Cavadius's agents had left anything behind, it is long gone by now. Minor signs in the form of insignias carved into stone surfaces still remind visitors that the minor trading house was present in the past, however. Comb the valley for anything interesting. This might take a long time. Meticulously searching the valley takes many hours that your crew spends under the merciless sun. You're somewhat disappointed to hear reports of depleted or collapsed mines that line the valley, of dried up wells and burned out farms. But then one of your combs comes back running and grinning. "There's a pile of metal in one of the narrow valleys, Vagrus. I shit you not," she says, panting. "No idea how it ended up there. Maybe somebody tried to stash it. A few of us could go grab it." And so they do. The metal is quite a catch, even though it must have spent quite a long time under open skies by the looks of it. You have it loaded onto the carts. 2 scrap metal. 2 scrap metal. Look for the giants the rumors mentioned. Rumors are prone to be unreliable, and ones that speak of pale giants among the jagged hills are no exception. Search as you might, you find no signs of intelligent life, let alone a race of reclusive Goliaths. If you're being honest, however, you have to acknowledge that if someone really wants to hide out here, almost nobody could find them on this terrain. Most of the hills and probably quite a lot of ravines are completely inaccessible, or would take skilled climbers to reach. Perhaps if you stayed overnight, you could observe light sources or movement in the valley. Spend the night in hopes that you find signs of these giants. The comitatus settles down for the night, and once the campfires begin to burn down, you drift into a calm slumber, assured that your sentries will alert you if anything happens. You are woken by one of your combs and realize that it is dawn. Somewhat disappointed for wasting your time, you give the order to your crew to break camp and get the beasts ready. The comitatus is just about to leave the valley when someone back at camp yells. You turn and follow where he is pointing with your gaze, then gasp. A lone figure is standing on a high cliff, observing your group from a distance of several hundred feet. Its gear is glistening in the early morning sunlight, but even so, you can make out that the stranger is very tall and has alabaster-colored skin. You wait a while to see if it moves, but nothing happens. The figure just stands there, looking at your comitatus. Perhaps you could go closer and try to talk to it. You walk closer and see that it is indeed a giant, about 9 feet tall, with white skin clad in beast-hide armor, holding a crystal-tipped spear and a leather shield. Its perch is a cliff above a narrow ravine opening from a side valley near your campsite. You can see no discernible way to get up there, and as you reach the mountain of the mouth of the crevice, several more of the pale giants appear above, looking down calmly at you. "Greetings," the first Goliath speaks. Its voice echoes among the cliffs like the lowest earthquake. "No need to be alarmed. Have you come to trade with us? To talk? We can lower a basket for you, and bring you up here, to talk like civilized people." There is no hint of threat in his voice, but you still realize that they could kill you in the blink of an eye from above without your crew having a chance to retaliate or save you. When you ask them if you can bring others up, the one who spoke shakes his head. "No, stranger. We are a reclusive people. Only you can come. That is my offer. But I swear that no harm will come to you if you do not wish to harm us." Accept their offer. The giants use ropes to lower a basket large enough for you to sit into and pull you up carefully. Once on the cliff, you realize how huge and powerful these savage-looking warriors are as they tower over you, and yet there is a calm nobility that surrounds them, soothing your anxiety. "I am Agoram, leader of this tribe of outcasts," the older-looking warrior says, "the one you have been talking to. You may or may not have encountered my kind during your travels, stranger. We are what you call ogres, but not the savage, insane brutes that your empire seems to know. Our colony here has remained undisturbed for a while now, and we prefer it that way. We are in constant need of certain goods that are hard to come by in our isolation here, and you seem like a Vagrus, so you might be interested in trading with us. In return for your wares, we are prepared to give you what we know to be of great value in the outside world: metal. Indeed, by observing the ogre warriors, you detect spearheads, blades, and even armor pieces made of what looks like scrap metal. Perhaps they are telling the truth. Glancing over the jagged cliff tops around you, you can see a large looming shape that glistens under the sun's strengthening light. You cannot make out what it might be because most of it is hidden beneath rock outcroppings, but it is undeniably huge. "That is our colony," Agoram says, following your gaze. "You cannot go there. That is our law. You are welcome to return to us any time from now on. If you bring what we need, you can get your metal. And please, show us respect by not speaking to others about the colony. Now, shall we talk about trading? See how you could get metal scraps from them. 200 supplies for 2 piles of metal scraps. What does that mean? Is that 1 metal scrap? Yeah. Holy shit. That's good, and it's also like not like that interesting. Let's see. This is whatever. 200 supplies. 2 metal scraps. Let's just type metal scrap trading. 200 supplies is 2. 25 mushrooms is 1. 4. I assume that's 4 grain stacks. 2. 4 amphorae of grain. Stacks question mark. No, it's gotta be just 4 grain. It's 8 portions of dried fruit for a pile of scrap metal. That wouldn't even make sense if that was stacks. So 8 dried fruit, 1 metal, 3 salt, 3 measures of salt for 3 piles of... This is so confusing. 3 salt, 8 dried fruit, 4 grain. Yeah, okay, so it's actually just 4. 4 grain. 8 dried fruit for 1 metal. 3 salt for 3 metal. That's crazy good. That's like the only thing salt is worth for in that case. Almost. Salt isn't that valuable. Ask what they need and what they can give you. We require supplies or other edible goods the most, Agoram replies. As you can see, this is a barren wasteland, abandoned by all but the most persistent forms of life. Even the tenacious insect creatures nearby have left this area years ago, long before we established our colony. We hunt and forage, but more food is always welcome. Mushrooms, fruit, grain, and even salt. Bring those and we can make a deal. You ask Agoram what he can give you in return. As I said, we have some metal to give away. We know that it would be worth much more if we took it to a settlement ourselves, but we choose not to. This creates a unique opportunity for you. Get precious metals relatively cheap and trade it somewhere for better profit. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Agoram knows about an important shortcut that you could use. Agoram tells you that there is an alternative way to approach the valley from the northwest, but most people do not know about it because it is well hidden among broken terrain. From now on, you'll be able to find it thanks to his guidance. I thought you might find it useful now that you come here sometimes. We know each other better, so I'm sure I can trust you with this secret. The ogre tells you in his low, powerful voice. Okay, so that does... Supplies doesn't... We don't get friendly from supplies. Every 10 days, every 25 days we can give them salt. Okay. What the hell is the Forlorn Hive then? Ever since the Urgs that dug the maze-like tunnels among these bleak rocks disappeared, every sane soul has avoided this spot. What kind of a place is so forlorn that even these overgrown insects would abandon it? Take a look around the abandoned Urg nest. Jagged cliffs, meandering ravines, and broken hills hide a large hollow shaped like a bowl, carved out of the rocky ground, over 100 feet deep at its lowest point. Along its steep walls are dozens of dark openings leading even further below, into the tunnels surreptitiously dug by wayward Urg long ago. Descend into the crater-like hollow to take a look around with your most trusted combs. What do you mean 5? I hate when you can only take certain, like, minimum amount. Like, I don't know. It's so weird. I don't think, like, I don't feel like you should... I don't feel like that should be the case. The hollow and the tunnels were evidently abandoned a long time ago. Decades, it would seem. There is no sign of Urgs ever having dwelt here, and the tunnels are mostly collapsed further in. The ones that did not know how... the ones that did not now look dangerously unstable. You would not want to enter without a very good reason. Oh. Alright. Nothing. So we want to go to Otrar, I believe. Ah, shit. Took kind of the wrong path there, I think, but whatever. Wind is howling. Save the beasts. Wait. Why can't I do concentrated defense? It's too expensive. Oh, okay. Damn. I don't think you can eat sandworms. No. Fortunately not. All right. We made it over here. So, are the prices any decent here? Yes. Chitin prices are horrible. Let's see. Larnac. Burnham. Kotrar. Vitrar. Utvorar. Bright Kelp. 13, 14 in Kotrar. Okay. Procure goods to Avernum. "12 items? That's crazy. Escort to Avernum. 2 combat encounters. Sure. Oh, hello. My order. The Great Wars of the Fourth Age. The Great Wars of the Fourth Age is a historical treatise compiled from the individual works of several highly regarded scholars and historians, edited by the Emperor's Court historians several decades ago. Its 3 chapters detail the Dragon War that pitted the Empire and the newly arrived Dragon Lords against each other in the 5th century after the Calamity. The Orc War, that was fought against the summoned and discarded orcs for the fate of Zeryn, and the constant wars waged against the Green Continent throughout the last millennium. The Orc War, did that take place at Orc City? Doesn't seem like it. Oh. What book do we order next? Non-Imperial Gods. Ancient Elves. Yes. Sounds like a good book. Talk to patrons about the Forsaken Colony. Wait, we were supposed to not do that, right? Yeah, let's not do that. That's my secret. Fish around for rumors. Alright, Bright Kelp. Pen 2. We are below 100. I had 700 just now before we started doing quests. Holy shit, and I didn't even succeed at doing the quests. Like, we still have to go down here fucking somewhere and figure out where these guys are coming from, which might just be Tectum Kelvar, I don't know. I mean, it seems likely that that's the case. Because it was not Caravan, because I died there. I died. That did not work. So now we need to go to Kotrar. We could go directly to Sadirar after that. I guess. They're super weak. I'm just gonna fight them. Fuck doing that. All right. They just dropped a dragon steel scrap. Holy shit. Oh, I wonder if you can farm that just by... Like, what is this mission, anyway? Like, right now we have... Escort for the Church of Surgorod. Adversary Rathonak Alliance. That's gonna net us minus 30 Rathonak. Oh, that sucks, but whatever. But yeah, so you could, like, farm these guys. For steel. For metal. Metal that you can barely sell anywhere. I don't know anywhere where it sells normally. It's like in Devon, you can sell it, I think, to like the Wraiths. I think it sells for like 50 or something, but it's not full price. Not even remotely. Nobody buys it anywhere otherwise, I think. Kotrar buy it, but they buy it for nothing. You know, it's not an actual price. Velarius, you can sell it there for 317, which it stacks up to 8. That's 40 each, which is really bad. It doesn't sell anywhere else. The golden dunes of the voracious desert stretch out endlessly before your eyes. Not too far, you spot several black shapes dotting the landscape. First, you suspect danger, but after a while it is evident that they aren't moving at all. You order the comitatus to close in on them. Upon approaching, they reveal themselves to be desiccated carcasses of large sandworms, their bulbous form shriveled and faded. They must have been lying around here for a long time. Most likely buried, but now a sudden whim of the ever-shifting sands has unearthed them. Alright. After some searching around, your crew returns with plentiful bounty and you contently order your quartermaster to store it with your cargo. Ivory and chitin. Oh, that's trash. That's complete garbage. Well, I guess we can take a little bit if we stay here and we hunt here. Didn't find anything. I don't know what's worth more. I don't think it's worth anything. Vitrar. Critical failure 2 times in a row. That's very valuable here. Not anymore. Do they sell metal? No. We're not gonna stream for much longer. It's getting late, and I also have some stuff I have to do. The Comitatus approaches the village of Kotrar, home to the eponymous tribe of wind-worshipping nomads. Under the palm trees and countless windmills, the white houses of these Sadirar sit under the cruel sun, whipped by constant gales. The many white and light blue banners flapping in the strong constant wind, as well as the laughter and singing in the village, betray that the Kotrar are here, resting between journeys. Time to settle down with the Comitatus and pay them a visit. Inform them about the ritual at the Singing Winds. The 4 shamans returned to their fellows, but before they could explain to them what happened, they turned to you. Thank you for protecting us, Aaron says with an honest smile. Although dark times are upon us, it is people like you that can make a difference. Be one with the wind, Vagrus. The spirits are with you, I am sure. We will honor our word as you did yours, a shaman singled out as a senior one by her huge feathered headdress tells you. Go with our blessing and return to us if you wish to be blessed again. You are also now welcome to enter the sacred circle of errant winds, Aaron adds, high upon our lonely hill. It is a place where wind spirit is most powerful, and gales enchanted by the shamans bring news from faraway places. You will be able to make use of it from time to time. Let me take you there first. It would be an honor. Aaron then takes you to the rocky hill south of the village. Upon it is a circle of monoliths. Upon it a circle of monoliths stands. Beaten by the constant desert winds, their marred stone forms tall and timeless. The path that leads up to it is guarded by Kotrar warriors, who bow their heads as you approach. It is up there, Aaron nods. Go, sit, listen, and I hope to see you again one day. With that, he is gone. You turn to the stone stairs leading up. You ascend the stone steps after the guards let you pass. The winds up here whistle with such intensity that you can hear nothing else. The view, however, makes up for the temporary deafness. Beyond the white sandstone buildings and billowing palms is a sea of yellow dunes as far as the eye can see. A handful of shamans sit cross-legged on stones inside the circle, and one of them invites you to join them. Making yourself comfortable, you sit and listen to the winds for quite a while. After the first few minutes, you begin to hear whispers and chanting mingled with the whistling, and can soon make out words, then sentences. It is curious how much the wind spirits know of faraway things. After a while, you decide that you have heard enough and say your farewells to the shamans. You descend with a plethora of new knowledge. You're allowed to listen to the winds again. Received news from Salem. Okay, who cares? Tribal trinket. What is that? No. I don't want to sell Sadirar Bone. I want to buy Sadirar Bone. Ask about the crazed winds. Yeah, we already asked about that. Okay, so we have everything now from this. Bright Kell can be sold here. Ceruleus can be sold here. Titan cannot be sold here. Otherwise, as usual, I don't think anything really is worth buying here. It's better to, like, sell things to here, generally speaking. I feel like. Alright, let's go and check out Sadirar then. We should have all the blessings. But I think maybe we'll do that tomorrow, but we can head over there. Otherwise I have to, like, stop in the middle of reading and shit. Right, kelp. Good price. Titan, not really that good. Supplies. Yeah, they don't sell anything here. They don't sell anything here. I don't know if anything like this is ever worth buying and selling. I haven't really paid attention, but I kind of doubt it. I feel like the prices don't fluctuate that much. Like, it does fluctuate, but it's like, oh, mining equipment costs 10 here and it costs 11 there, you know, it's like, whatever. Drukt Wrath wants to go to the Twin Towers. Who the fuck is Drukt Wrath? Whoever he is, he can come with. Tribesmen dreaming of the city. Yeah, we are going to Avernum. Alright. We'll stop there for today. And, yeah. Until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.